As we are waiting for our Crossbred Gilts to come in the ring, we would like to take a moment to thank our friends at Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne and Sherry Rohde, along with their salespeople and staff, would like to wish all the exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. We would also like to thank Lindner Feeds for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Junior Breeding Gilt Shows. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We've got an excellent set over here in our first class crossbreds. We're going to release the folks still in the middle of the ring. Let's give them a big round of applause and show them our appreciation for bringing a gilt to the San Antonio Livestock Show.
There we go. Okay, welcome folks to the 2025 San Antonio Crossbred Gilt Show, or Commercial Gilt Show, whatever we call it here. And we are on our first class. 200 pounds is our minimum, and so we're at 200 to 205, looks like 206 maybe here. Really good set of hogs in this first class. You guys that are expo buyers and things, you may want to kind of tune in here. We're going to sell these tomorrow. Obviously, there'll be a guaranteed class winner makes the sale, but there'll be some hogs to be bought in this thing throughout the barn. But a very good class to start the show off with. We have Eric Polish from Iowa, from Woodward, Iowa, a long-time hog breeder. He has judged our bear show here a couple times, and I believe this is his first time to do our crossbred show. I know that for sure, but I think it's first time to judge females for us. He does a very good job. We're trying to get some pedigrees on some of these hogs as they kind of come out and things. As he starts pinning them, I'll kind of bring some numbers and look at some different pedigrees throughout the class. But we have a real nice class here. Like I said, their minimum weight was 200 for the show, and this is our first class of them. And they range from 200 to believe to 205 here this morning. If you're just tuning in, maybe one of the first times to show or to see the Crossbred Gilt show at San Antonio, our weight ranges go from 200 to 305 or 350, excuse me, and they can go 15 pounds in each direction. So a gilt can weigh as small as 200 and as large as 365. He will start pinning back 3 or 4 of these. We'll video a handful of them, and as we start to whittle them down, he will start figuring out his top end, and we'll bring them back out. But as we kind of tune in here, a really nice class to kind of start the show off with. Gilt that just went in, I believe in the 9th hole, was a Smythe, Brendan Smythe, or even Smythe type gilt. I believe her littermate brother met him on think Brandon told me earlier he was the division champion there at Denver the other day, that first division. Really nice gilt, extremely huge-legged.
Yes, and then I'll mark mine and hand yours back. So, and
we will tune back in here in a few minutes as we get things kind of closer to being pinned. Okay, Eric is down to his top 4, and I've got some of these guys' pedigrees. I know the gilt coming directly at him is a Brockman gilt.
Attention, Crossbred Gilts visitors. This is your second call.
She's a tricked out 4 is what she told me.
If you have a gilt in class number 2, bring him to the staging area.
This 57-204, he didn't know her pedigree, but she came from HS Show Pigs, and the Brockman gilt was the class winner.
You're live.
Tricked out 4.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back here again at San Antonio, and looking forward to a really good gilt show out here. And the young lady that's going to start this class off here, there was just no question when this one came in. She was our class winner. You talk about one that's just proportional. She's good built. She's what I like to find in my keeper pens at home. You talk about one that's really good up through her head and neck. She comes at you bold through her chest floor, really fresh down her top with good length of hip and really good range of motion from behind. This one's really square from the ground up. This is my kind all day long. The young man with the blue gilt out here is one I love from the side. And you talk about one that's elevated, it's up-headed, extended, really functional at the ground off either end. Love the design from the side on this one. This one's not as long-hipped as the one we started with, or is just pulled apart right at her chest. She wants to funnel at the ground ever so slightly as she comes at me. We want to fix her in that underline ever so slightly, but there's a good one that we can just go ahead and take home, make the next generation better. The young lady that's going to have the belted gilt out here, you talk about one that's good design, sound, functional. Of our top 3, she's the most compact. She's the smallest in her kind, and she's probably the lightest in terms of feature at the ground. But you talk about one, when she gets some age on her, she gets up in the air. This one's going to make barrows all day long next year for whoever owns this one. Young man that's coming out next is one we put to the Dead Sea, and I kind of kept moving this one up because there's really no holes, no problems with this one. Really good design, very sound, very comfortable out here, and agile as she goes. Just no major holes, no major problems. She's square from the ground up. She's got a good center cage to her, maybe a nickel long-bodied, but in terms of brute sow potential, that's not a bad thing. Just very, very functional. One you can kind of take home and breed to different types and kinds of boars, depending on what you want to make for next year and make the next generation better. Young man coming out next has got one that's really stout and burly as she comes at you, really elevated up through her front end and bold all the way through. Big center cage, big hip and pin set on this one. This one just gets teetering just a little up and down, a little straighter up through that shoulder blade area. I'd like to relax her ever so slightly and just make her a little longer strided from behind relative to these top 5, but that's a really good gilt in this class. These next ones coming out, really good gilts in their own right. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Folks, once again, a really challenging class, the Crossbred Gilts. We're going to release those in the ring. Let's give them a big San Antonio show of our appreciation for their hard works and efforts this year, kiddos. We do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for today. We'd like to take a big second and say thank you to Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne and Sherry Rohde, along with their salespeople and staff, would like to wish all exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. We also would like to thank Linder Feeds for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Breeding Gilt Shows.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Okay, we are back on Class 2. Had a little bit of technical difficulty on some scales, and we finally got that sorted out and ready to go. I didn't get a lot of pedigrees on this one, this set of pigs. I do know there was a couple HS show pigs that were bail money blurred visions. They tried to tell me it was blurred vision initially, and I knew that was not the case. He's been gone a while from George and Ashley there in Oklahoma, and I did say there was a Mays show pig and a Livermore gilt in here. And so as we kind of see, we'll break some things down. But Eric did a really nice job in our first class, and this class is nice as well. They're starting to get a little more size to them. We are at, I believe our minimum was like 207, and we went as big as 218 in this class. So 207 to 218, we're getting a little further along in our closer to a market size or a breeding, type size. We have a 15-pound weight allowance here, so they can go to the lower to mid 30s on the top end here, 230 type range. Eric is kind of going bottom up. A lot of times the judges will sort their top 2 or 3 and then go bottom up, but he is sorting them from the bottom up here, and I respect that. He pretty convicted on what he likes and what he wants to do, and so it's been refreshing to see what he's done so far. I think we test. Test. There we go. I think we pinned back 11 or 12 in this class. A couple of really outstanding individuals in the class. As we break these things down, we'll know a little more on our in our divisions. We'll bring. There are actually going to be 15 classes here today. They'll say 19 on if you see something somewhere, but there's 5 classes in each division. There'll be 3 divisions. So class 1 through 5 will be our lightweight division. Just to get an update, young man in the pink shirt looks more like a basketball player than a pig showman. Tall boy in pink shirt has a wild side hero from Doug Albright Swine Farm, Dougie Fresh there in Coldwater, Michigan. I actually saw her last night on the way to the parking lot. Very big top, big bone kind of female. Berkshire Mark Gilt, probably a pedigree was not right, or ear knots is off, or transfer date or something. Goes about 7th or 8th here. Nice gilt. I think he is down to his top 6. Very nice set of Crossbred Gilts. Expo buyers, look in. These things have got some gas and some life to them still. Girl in the red shirt's got a large topped one. Big hind leg. Big stout skull. Real weird set on the side of her body. Tells me, side of her head, I should say. Big stout skulled one. I think they said she was an HS show pigs. I think bail money, Bird Vision 40-2 is the kids. I think there's a pair of mates in here actually. I think that black gilt was one of those mates that goes in 5 or 6. It goes in 6th. So he's got our top 5 out here, and a really nice set. 4 belts and a blue. Just wide structured hogs that got body and rib and very functional, and the way their skeletons are put together. I can tell you with Eric, they're going to be sound and correct. He's still going to put the extras in them and look and design, but they're going to have to be built from the ground up, correct and proportional and balanced. I think that's something that we're going to see all day today. And we've always had really high-quality judges here. Young lady from Medina County, I caught her earlier. Didn't get a pedigree from her, but I like that gilt awfully well. Number 4 goes the 4th is the blue gilt, and she's from Atkinson Show Pigs. Down to a really nice trio. The top 3 are very, very good. Actually, top 3. We got a Albright, a HS, and where did this girl say? Oh, Livermore. So we've got some breeders represented here, guys. Nice set of hogs. This girl said the pink sweater, Livermore. She's a picture perfect, my intention. I got that from the Tri Crew from Dowling County. Nice gilt. Nice trio right there. Wide-chested, big rib kind of pigs with extra heavy structured looking design about them. Livermores have had a really nice year. They had that gilt that won quite a bit in the Midwest, and obviously Doug and the Albright crew in Michigan have had a tremendous couple years, and we've always known them for quality hogs, and they just take the next level each year. And I'm not really familiar with this HS. I've seen them and know they're raising some nice ones, but that's an impressive gilt. Looks like the Livermore gilt goes 3rd. Looks like Doug's gilt goes 2nd, and the HS gilt wins. Here's Eric for his comments.
Interesting class to go ahead and sort through here. And I'll be the first one to admit I don't think there's any right way to do this top 3, and I'm sure a lot of you sitting around ringside I could probably agree with that, because I've had each one of these 1st and 2nd and 3rd in my mind, just sorting through them. But these are the best 3 out here. There's no doubt about it. The one I chose to start with, I think, is the combination of the 2. Ultra stout, ultra heavy bone, but really good up through her head and neck set. Really big bodied, high capacity kind of gilt. And the longer she's out here, she doesn't break down. She flexes and goes off her rear leg extremely well. And you like a lot of things that this gilt brings to the table as far as those far-reaching pieces. That's extremely tough to make. The young man that's going to be second out here. Here's one. It's I had a hard time reading this one. This one's just the green one out here. You love the elevation. You love the extension. Is she 12 o'clock? Right now, no, I don't think she is. I think she's got better days ahead of her. You talk about one, though, from the side you love, the elevation, the extension this one has, just the width of chest, the boldness of front end. I don't think that middle 3rd matches. I'd like to see more flank. I'd like to see more belly in that one, and I'd like to see just a shot more power as she goes away from me. But that one, like I said, has got better days ahead of you. The young lady that's going to be in 3rd out here has got one from the side you love in terms of just comfortableness. This one's sound and functional at the ground, very basic in her build. She just reads a little more mature up through her head in terms of just stoutness of feature. Here's one that you love the body, you love the center cage in. As she comes at me, she's the most closed up through her chest of the top 3. I'd like to open her up and, again, give her just a shot more in the lower seat of her pants as she goes away. But there's one that's extremely sound, functional, and mobile. Just isn't as big, just isn't as extended as some of the other ones that we had in class. The young lady's blue gilt coming out here next. You talk about one that's big and rugged and heavy duty at the ground, really durable in terms of foot and bone size. Love the center cage on this one. The longer she goes, she just gets a little more restricted behind. This one's just a little too hard up over that loin edge for me. I just like to soften her up, just make her go just a little bit better off both ends. The young lady's got a really unique one here coming out in 5. You talk about one that's really good designed, really sound and powerful, extremely heavy bone. She gets a little flatter up through that front foot. I'd like to change her there. And as this drive wore on, she just gets to laboring a little bit too much from behind. I just like to flex her a little bit better from hip hock to ground and go ahead and just soften her up in that middle rib cage ever so slightly. But the young lady does a nice job driving one. That one's got some far-reaching pieces that if you're looking for one in the sale, you need to check out that one. The young man coming out next with the black gilt presented extremely well. I love the front 2/3 of this gilt. Square from blade to knee to ground, good up through her head and neck. Love the center cage in this gilt. High capacity, big volume kind of female who's sound and functional. She just reads a little bit too more compact for me. I'd like to lengthen her hip out, lengthen her out through her front end, and just give her just a shot more size compared to what we've been dealing with the rest of these in this class. But that's a really high quality kind of gilt. The rest of these gilts, really good gilts in their own right. We got some bigger framed ones that are extended, need a little more substance, and on down the line we got some shorter, more compact ones that need to be bigger, that just maybe have a little bit too much for me today in terms of brute sow potential. Really good class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
are now on Class 3, weight ranging from looks like 220 to 226, I believe, 225.
Extremely challenging class. Let's give these kiddos a big round of applause and encouragement as we exit the arena.
Got a few more pedigrees this time, so it'll be interesting to see as we drop out the gate. Hopefully we can kind of talk about them as they come out, and some of the pedigrees and the breeders and genetics represented here this morning. As our weights get heavier, obviously we're getting more competitive. There's bigger, stouter classes, hogs that are in here that are just more competitive. We actually have a non-pedigreed Chester, looks like a Chester exotic pairing gilt that's very intriguing. I'm interested to see kind of how she horses up against her belted contemporaries. I think she came from the Wycene boys there at Wall, the Wycene brothers. That's what she told me. I didn't know a pedigree, but that was awfully good. Make some real nice Chester type white OPB bears down the road. It said there was a Heffernan gilt in here. There was a Cassidy Hayes, an HF gilt. There was a York family, Buckle Up Safe Word gilt, a Livermore gilt, Flatland gilt, a 4F gilt. So there's a nice set coming through the gates here. I did not get this one's pedigree. Oh, this is one of the ones from Heffernan. Yes. Excuse me, Scott. That one I don't have a pedigree from Scott on that gilt, but that's a nice gilt from Scott. One coming out next. I did get a pedigree on that one. That's the Livermore gilt. Young lady in pink's the Livermore gilt. She said she was a wide awake provoked. Coming out in the white sweater is the HF. She said Bearcat Dirty Secret. I'm not sure if that's right, but probably close. She did come from Cassidy Hayes. Reese Mabry came out next. Reese did not know her pedigree. She said she came from Cooley. She came from Flatland. So Ben's familiar. Ben had the Grand Gilt here a couple years ago with the Fort sisters. That's a nice one. Young man coming out's a parent FFA member. Does a nice job showing. And he said that's a York family, and she's a buckled up safe word. And visit with the young man coming out next. His name's Samuel, I believe. And that is a modern day Believe in Me from 4F from the Ford family. I want to take a minute and recognize a few sponsors. Primo Feed is one of them. Tim Ford and Joel Derucci and all of them that are involved in Primo, making quite an impact. They also are now holding of the Winter Enterprises. I believe that's how that would be stated. They purchased that company. They're also a sponsor here. A few sponsors I'm seeing here on your live broadcast is Hoff-Hilti Genetics, Night Show Pigs, Cameron and Tad, or Tad and Cameron, however you want to put that. They're in shallow water. We do see Showtech is also Showtech Feeds is also a sponsor. Ben Cooley, Mabry Gilt is a wide awake, make it happen. Litter mate to watch and learn at Crossroads. So Reese has been saved on pedigree information. Thanks, Ben. Ben Cooley does have the distinction to have some of the fastest responses on text messages anybody I've ever been around. I think he has pinned 10 or 11 there, and kind of working our way through this class. Okay, the York family bred gilt goes in, I believe, an 8. Eric's really doing a nice job here this morning, keeping those hogs assembled right in their skeletons, packing on power and muscle and rib and body in them. But he's really done a nice job of putting these things together. Very impressed with the job he's done. Pretty easy to follow. After watching Eric judge the bears here, he's pretty consistent. You kind of know what you're getting when you show to him, and it's been nice to watch him put this thing together as we put our sale order together later. It's impressive to see Eric work through this set. A very nice top end here. There's 2 or 3 very, very high-end gilts. One thing about Eric's deal is he is placed from the bottom up, and he is not pinning the top end, and so they're having to be pretty athletic. They're having to have some stamina and some endurance to keep to the top end, and it makes them pretty much, you have to be ready to roll, get ready to be able to get out there and get after it structurally. So that's a testament to his the way he's doing the show here this morning. Okay, the modern day Believe in Me gilt from Samuel Whalen from 4F goes 6th. The Wassoon Chester appearing exotic goes 5th. Chester Bear making machine right there. Pretty good testament to that breeding program. She stands 5th in the crossbred class. That's this deep. Pretty nice judging contest class for all you judging aficionados. It'd be a very tough class. It'd be cut pretty tight, but you could dang sure say some things here, some differences in types and kind for sure. Okay, young man from Grossbeck, James Flowers. He did not know his pedigree, but she goes 4th. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Eric wants the video for these, so it's a good testament of the depth, the quality of this class. And I agree with him. That's just an awfully good group. Okay, the Livermore Bred Gilt, Wide Awake Provoke goes 3rd. We've got the Flatland and the Flatland Gilt wins. The Heffernan Gilt goes 2nd. Awfully nice class. Let's listen to Eric for descriptions.
Really good class here, folks, and this is the deepest class by far today. The one that's going to win it, to me, just has all the extras, all the ESTs. It's the ones in 2nd and 3rd have, and this is the complete one that is still extremely stout featured. She's still really mobile. I love just the skull that this one has, and you get on top of this one, that's where she separates herself from the one in 2nd. You talk about one that's broad, up high, really good down through the base of her rib cage. She comes at you like a Mack truck. She leaves you the same way. Just complete. She's sound. She's functional. But like I said, she has all those extras. She has all those ESTs. The young lady's gilt that's going to be second out here. Isn't the heaviest boned one in class, but you know, you take that away from her. That's one of the best gilts we've seen today in terms of balance and design, and just gives you that three-dimensional look. Just brood sow written all over this one. And these are the kind, folks, that they may not go out and be the next big generators that's going to generate you the next $100,000 boar, but I'd love a pen full of these at home with that kind of design, that kind of comfortableness out here, and just soundness and functionability. This one just to me reads brood sow. Not quite as powerful and not quite as just massive as the one we started with, but I like a lot of things about that gilt. Young lady coming out here in third has got one you love from the side. Elevated up through her head and neck. She's broad. She's bold as she comes at you through her chest floor. Gets a really expressive up high coming right up out of that blade. And you like a lot of things about this gilt. Where she separates herself from the rest of them is from hock to ground. I'd like to go ahead and just square her up, especially on that right rear. Just make her just a little heavier structured from behind and make her a little more secure in that hock to go ahead and get her up any higher. But that's an awfully good kind of gilt to run in third. Young man coming out here, love the bow tie this young man's running here. You talk about one that's stout and really massive as she as you view this one up off the ground. Big rear leg in her, maybe just a little puffier jointed. I'd like to change her there, but from a design and elevation and look standpoint, you really got to like that one. Big hip and big pin set. For me, she's the poorest in her front end and front shoulder compared to the rest of these here. I'd like to just open her up and make her square from blade to knee to ground, relax her in that shoulder blade, but the back 2/3 of that one is really good. The young lady coming out here next with the Chester appearing gilt, you talk about one that's extended and sound and mobile. You know, I told the young lady I wish that one was over there because I think that one could play. Love the design, love the look and profile this one has. Very comfortable. Looks like a brood sow. Just runs out of power and horsepower compared to these crossbred gilts we ran above her. The young man's gilt coming out next. Really neat looking gilt from the side. Elevated and boxy, but really got a big center cage to her. Again, one of those just runs out of power in terms of foot size and bone and just overall density. But that's a really good one that's sound and functional at the ground. You like a lot of things about those. The next one's coming out here. Just really good hogs in their own right. We got some of them that are a little bigger in their kind, and we got some of them that are a little more jammed up off either end. But a really good class, really a deep set of gilts in this class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Lots of hard work goes into bringing these gilts to the arena. Once again, extremely tough class. Our judges sorted through them. Let's show these kids in the middle a big round of applause in appreciation for their hard work and efforts as we release them back to their pens.
Okay, we have just sifted Class 4. It looks like these gilts are ranging in weight from 229 to 234. A little tighter weight spread, about 5-6 pounds here. Several different breeders represented here again. Cud Farms there, Bradley and JR there in the Panhandle. She was a buckled up Here I Am. There's a Wellman gilt from Haven Creole. There's a Riding Star gilt. There's a Tex-Mex gilt. There is a the kid didn't know where it came from, but a tricked out sired gilt. Kyle Spinn and Terrell Beatty raised another one. Heffernans and then Cranes are the breeders so far. Didn't get a lot of pedigree information, but seeing quite a few different breeders represented here, so quality looks really good. Really stout, powerful, constructed all black gilt. She didn't know her pedigree. This one thought she either came from Canesi or Armstrong, and I didn't know that that was probably correct. But her dad said she was tricked out, which probably a clone. This was a Tex-Mex gilt. She's a pace car peacemaker. Young man with the pink sleeves and the good mullet. His number is 15. That was a Heffernan gilt. Haven Creole comes out, and that was from Wellman's. Young lady in the blue sweater here is a really good design when it's really flexible on her feet and legs. She did not know where that one came from. This is the blue gilt, it's a Crane gilt. And the young man really knew his stuff pretty well. She was a Peace of Mind sired gilt from Crane. He went up there to Colorado and bought her. Out of a tricked out sow. This is the Cud Farms gilt. Buckled up, here I am. The spotted gilt coming out. This one's got a big hind leg. Big upper hip and pin set and really opened up. Maybe a little wide from behind, but sure has a good look and lots of power. Very nice class. We'll have one more class after this one. That'll be our first division. He went ahead and pinned that the big hind leg gilt. Looks like he's down to 5 or 6 here. I guess 6 head. Just pinned the extremely heavy bone gilt that goes in 7th. Probably needs a little more body and feel. Maybe just a little looser structure, but super powerful and just ginormous feet and legs. Goes in the 7th hole. Young lady in the pink goes in the 6th hole. Really nice top 5 here. Hogs have got power and shape and look and extra structure, and what'll separate these at the end that sure appears if he stays true to his pattern will be flexibility and just total range of motion and just how their skeleton's assembled, because we've got plenty of power, rib and body here. The Creole gilt goes, the well-membred gilt goes 5th, and that's a very nice gilt, very attractive.
Class number 5, Crossbred Gilts, make your way to the staging area.
Down to his top 4, 3 belts and a blue. Another class would be just a great judging contest class, either a market class or a breeding gilt class. There's such a set of quality gilts out here, but there's some differences in just how they're assembled and just the extras, the extra bone work, and the extra skull shape, and just how they're opened up and their flexibility. Very nice class. Blue gilt, the crane gilt, goes in the 4th hole. Only thing I know is the young lady with the wild rag is they said she was sired by Tricked Out, so it must be a clone or frozen semen acquisition on that one, but I do not know the pedigrees on the other 2. Lady in the blue sweater goes third. That's just a really good built gilt. Gets outpowered and stout compared to the other two. And our tricked out gilt goes second. And our class winner is just the outlier of this group. Huge hind legs. It's on the edges there from behind, but we're talking about one that's got a look and just width and dimension. Let's hear Eric on this one. Nice class.
Really nice class, and these top 5 or 6 out here really, really deep, and there's some very, very good, unique pieces in this class. The young man that's going to start this class has got one that has all the bells and whistles, has all the ESTs, and you talk about one that's out here, and I'll be the first to admit she's a little edgy behind. That's why I parked her for a little bit, because I just didn't want that one falling apart on us. But you study this one from her blade back and her hip forward. There's a lot of good there. She's running around the ring on great big limbs, great big feet. She's extended and really neat up through her front end. As she comes at you, she's really bold and opened up through that chest floor. Great, big, fresh center body cavity to her, just the way I like them. Great hip and pin set on this one. This one just does a lot of things and just to me looks like the true generator in here. That's a unique creature. The young lady that's going to be second out here has got one that is a little more extended, very comfortable out here. She gets around the ring. You talk about one that's opened up and square. She's just not as heavy structured. She's just not as big-footed as the one we started with, but there's one that's got a really neat look and just looks like a brood sow. The young lady that's going to be in third out here has got probably the best built, best patterned one out here in terms of elevation, look up through her front end. I love her head and skull. You get on top of this one from her blade back. She's really, really good through that center cage. Very sound, very functional. Not quite as much when you get right in behind her. And why she's third is she is the smallest ankled, the smallest footed, and the most refined all the way through. We stouten up her feature. That one moves up pretty fast. Young man's blue gilt here, I love the front 2/3 of. I like that internal dimension, the body cavity this one has. She's bold as she comes at you, but still gives you a good look up through her head and neck. Here's one that's really good design, very sound and functional. She too just runs out of power. She goes away from me. I just like to stouten her up at the ground and give her more foot, more bone to compete with the rest of this class. The young lady coming out here, I told her, does a really nice job sticking this one. Heads up, good looking little gilt, really attractive from the side. You talk about one that's got a long hip in this one. For me, she just kind of runs out of steam in that upper rib. I like to see him just a little more pulled apart up coming right out of that blade. She just reads a little harsher to me. She too is just a little more refined at the ground, wants to get just a nickel rounder as she goes. Good job, young lady. Young lady coming out here, got a real stout featured one. You talk about one that's heavy duty at the ground and real stout skulled. Just probably doesn't balance quite as well as the other one. She gets a little shorter hipped, gets a little steeper out of that rump. If we can just change that rear third on her and lengthen that out and level that hip out, we can talk about moving that one up. But that one's got some unique pieces, looks to be like a generator. The rest of these gilts coming out, nice gilts in their own right. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's very, very unique in terms of head and neck set, elevation, width all the way through. She needs more body cavity in terms of depth of heart, depth of rib, and expansiveness to that middle third. And she too's got to go a little bit better off those rear two, but that one's a unique creature. The rest of these gilts, very, very good gilts in their own right. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Okay, folks, we are sifting Class 5. Really good set of gilts in the pins that he has picked. There's a really nice set out here, too, as well. Very, very deep class. We've got several good gilts represented, very current pedigrees, and it'll be very interesting to see how he lines this deal up, because there's lots of quality. And these 10 that have been pinned, or 10 or 12 have been pinned, so look forward to seeing how he breaks out. Just a little announcement on that after this class, after Class 5, we'll have our division champion, our first division, our light division championship. The class winners from Class 1 through 5 will come back out to vie for the division champion, and then we will start in our second division. But I would be pretty close if you want to tune in and watch this first division champion after this class. These range from, the weight range here is from 235 to 239. So roughly those first divisions usually go from about 200 pounds to about 240 each year. Upper 30s to lower 40s, it seems like, over the years. But we've got a really, really nice class here. Still some hogs that have got some life in them if they have some later shows or the expo and things like that. So awfully good class to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen around the arena, once again, incredible set of crossbred gilts. Let's give these kiddos a big round of applause, show them a San Antonio appreciation as we send them back to their pens, and wish them best of luck.
Okay, HF gilt just comes out, the off-belt gilt. Young lady with the red sandy color, that is a Canalis. And she said her pedigree was Buffy Glitter Sparkle. So them Canalis boys are running a boar called Buffy. Hats off to them. I'm not sure that's the pedigree, but it may be. Good gilt out of, regardless of pedigree. Traditional blue gilt, mainly whites from Rory, living legend. The young lady with the traditional or the blue belt did not know the pedigree. The gilt that right in front of the judge is from Hankins, and they said that one was a wide awake tricked out, so double bed tricked out.
Second place, Crossbred Gilts, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. First call, come to the staging area for the division drivers.
Juan Carlos Dallas Martinez is entering the ring. I do not know that one's pedigree. He was not in the shoot to ask earlier. I like that one. Very deep class here. Very impressed to see how this still shakes out. We're impressed with the quality, I should say. Again, we'll be showing after this class. We'll be showing the first 5 class winners for the division. He is pinned Dallas Martinez. He's also pinned the Crossbred Gilt, and that is a stinger. Haters gonna hate. From Michael Toch. I know the gilt that wins our district show at the Hill Country, the grandstand, was also a stinger. I don't know if it's a mate or not, but that's a good one. Really impressive gilt gets pinned in the 3rd pin. I did not catch a pedigree on that one earlier. Looks like Eric's changed his format just a little bit. The Rory gilt goes in the 10th hole. The traditional or the blue belt goes 9th. Yeah, maybe actually further than that, maybe 11th or 12th, but second one in, I guess. Tremendous amount of quality here. There's gilts that are going to stand 5th through 9th or 10th that are exceptionally high quality. Can win lots of county shows, win lots of divisions at shows. The water is just that deep. That's an HF Hayes gilt that goes the next. The off-belted gilt. Okay, Cole Gilt goes next. Crossbred Gilt, Cole Farms. He's down to his 7th. He's down to 7, I should say. He's pinned 3 back and he's sorting through 7 through 4. Wide belted gilt, plenty of power. Muscle goes in the 7th hole. Awfully good gilt into the depth of that class if that one stands there. Hankins gilt goes 6th. Hauser gilt that is a quite frankly all out. Out of a mullet sow. She goes 5th. And we're going to shake the gates on the top 4, looks like. Juan Carlos comes out next in the first pin. Not sure what that one's pedigree. The Toch gilt comes out in the second pin. And this huge top gilt comes in the 3rd hole, along with the Canales gilt. The old Sandy Canales gilt's got breeding pieces written all over. My goodness, that thing is stout. Her pinnages are huge. She got a big skull in her, very comfortable on her feet and legs. That's quite a top 4. Guys hunting those sows, be paying attention here. I'd imagine all 4 of these would probably sell. Very high quality livestock. Canales Gilts goes 4th. Nice trio of belted gilts as we get to our heavyweight class of our first division. I'm interested to see how he breaks these things down and prioritizes his placings, as they are very, very good. You could justify several things in this deal. And Toch gilt goes 3rd. Dallas Martinez wins the last class.
Awesome set of gilts out here in this Class 5, folks. And the one that wins it pretty handily for me. You talk about one that's just impeccable at the ground. Very, very comfortable out here. Incredible underline in terms of just size, quality, and spacing. This one gets out here and floats. She's attractive, but she's deceiving because when you get right up on top of her, that's a broad, fresh back, a really good center cage. And this one is extremely mobile and comfortable out here. Awesome build, awesome design. Just looks like a brood sow. It's going to go home and get better every day. The young lady that's going to be second out here has got one, and in my mind, it's a close second. I'd like to change her underline on that left side, but you talk about one that's level and square and got a monster back, a great hip. Her range of motion from behind is incredible. This one, to me, I'd like to just fix her ever so slightly right at her front pastern. Just strengthen her ever so slightly there and just make it bigger. She wants to get just a little smaller ankled relative to the rest of the class, but her flex and her drive off her rear too is really, really good for one that's packing that much power. That's where she beats the one here in third. The young man's got one that's very similar to the one in second. Monster back. Love the big, fresh rib cage on this one. Very mobile and comfortable off both ends. Not as good at the ankle and pastern right from behind compared to her. I'd like to flex her a little bit better, especially off that left rear pastern. But there's one that's attractive and youthful and really got a big, fresh center cavity in her. She gets a little more jammed up off either end. She's not quite as extended as those other two that we have had above her. But those are 3 high-quality gilts, and if you're looking for ones in the sale tomorrow, mark these down because he's got a lot of quality. The young lady that's going to come out here next with the red-belted gilt, I like a lot of things about this one. This one's very comfortable, very sound, very mobile, heavy-duty, heavy skeleton kind of a gilt. She's one that just wants to get a little funky in her knee up front. She wants to close up ever so slightly. I'd like to change her there and just square her up ever so slightly from the ground up to get her around those hammers we had above her. The young lady coming out here next, I told this young lady if this one had more feature, had bigger bones, bigger feet, we could certainly move this gilt up. Very sound, very comfortable, just looks like a really good brood sow. High quality underline on this one. Like a lot of things about her, just need to stouten her up all the way around. The young lady coming out next has got one very similar, broad and bulky and bold as she comes at you. Big top, a big hip. She's one that just doesn't bounce quite as well from the side. She wants to just get a little rigid from behind and a little shorter stepping. I'd like to go ahead and just make her a little more comfortable to move her on up the line. The young lady coming out next with the belted one's got just another one that's massive, bold and robust as she comes at you. She doesn't get off her rear too quite as well as those other ones do. She gets a little rounder from behind, but there's another high quality female that fell into a really tough class. Very good high quality gilts on down the line. Let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause for an outstanding set of gilts.
Okay, we've got some pedigrees from that last class. Dallas Martinez's gilt was from Dakota Streber there in Oklahoma. I believe Money Moves. I will butcher the bottom side. Apologize that Scott hollered at me that I couldn't get it all written down, but I believe she said Money Moves. Regardless, that gilt came from Dakota Streber there. I'm sure she goes back to the in-game Sal. Very impressive gilt. The second place gilt was from Michael Toch, and she was that Stinger, Haters Gonna Hate. And the third place gilt came from Dakota Reese there in Kansas. Awfully good trio. And the fourth place gilt was the gilt from Canalisis.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
All right, we are going to start into our lightweight division crossbred drive. Out of class number 1, we have Peyton Go of the Fort Bend County 4-H. Coming out of class number 2, we have Dakota Measles, Collin County 4-H. Coming out of class number 3, Reese Mabry, Brock FFA. Class number 4, Wyatt Ducos, Medina Valley FFA. And your class 5 number winner is Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H.
Tremendous amount of class winners here. Tremendous amount of quality represented. Our class 1 winner was a Brockman-bred gilt. Shout out to Josh and Carrie. The next one was this HS Show Pigs. Third class was the Flatland Gilt. The fourth class was the Ally Gilt. And the fifth class was the Dakota Streber Gilt. A very hot genetics there. Weston Charles there at Ally gave me a little heads up on the class 4 winner. Her sister would be the one that the Charles family should have won a couple of jackpots there in Colorado. Was reserved at the Livestock Expo behind the gilt that wins Breeders' Cup. Same Sal raised the third overall at Montana State Fair this past summer. A bunch of jackpot winners in the northern part of that state and area. So lots of genetics there. Ally won the Grand Gilt at Angelo last year, and so very well representative. Obviously, the Streber Gilt that wins Class 5. Can't say enough about Dakota's success and the program he has. Obviously, the Brockman program out of Class 1, nothing to be said about their success, and a great program. I don't know anything about the HS program, but that gilt's very, very good. And then obviously Cooley and the Flatland program's great. They've had the Grand Gilt here. Ben's won a bunch, and just super great program. So 5 awesome programs represented. I know 4 of them fairly well, and the other one's looks like a good program going because they got a couple winners in the top 5 here from the HS program. So just a tremendous group here. Wide structured hogs have got body, rib, and muscle, and collectively they are very sound. very flexible in their feet and legs. They have the extras, and he's kept them built well. Hats off to Eric. He's done a great job. He is sorting through these. We'll have a breeding reserve or a division and reserve division champion here in a few minutes.
All right, folks, let's put our hands together for these 5 individuals out here for your champion of this Division I. This is the upper end of this thing was really, really good, and all 5 of these gilts out here, in my mind, are in contention. You know, you talk about ones that are good built, they're sound, they're functional, but they've got those pieces it takes to make the next generation better. Some a little more far-reaching than others, but they're all sound, they're all balanced, they're all really good built, but yet they're stout, they're heavy-duty, they're heavy skeleton hogs. You know, they do a lot of really good things from a fundamental standpoint that we need to get back in our sow herds. You know, there's so many of these things right now that, you know, they don't cycle, they don't come into heat. You know, you just have problems with them in the farrowing crates, and you guys that have farrowed them know exactly what I'm talking about. But I like a lot of things about each and every one of these things out here, just like I said, just in terms of balance and function. There's one out here I keep coming back to, and you know, you talk about one that's just impeccable in her build, very, very good skeleton, attractive from the profile, but yet when you get on top of this one, reed's really dense and thick and robust all the way through. You talk about one that's extra correct just everywhere. Maybe not quite as just heavy duty as some of the rest of these, but the one I keep coming back to is the one that suits me the best. Which one would I want to put in my keeper gilt pens at home? Which one would I want to put in the farrowing crate? The one that suits me best is a young man's from Class 5. He's going to be your champion.
Your champion lightweight division is Dallas Martinez, Shelby County 4-H.
Juan Carlos strikes again. Dallas Martinez with the Crossbred Gilt.
Well, that second place gilt young lady's driving comes in, and you talk about a good one, folks. You know, spread and dimension, and it gives you that 3-dimensional look. We talked about that one earlier. You know, just being a little more refined at the ankle, and really we just need to change that left underline ever so slightly. But that's another high-quality individual that fits in extremely well out here. It gets close between her and another one. The one that suits me second best out here is the heavy-duty one that just gets a little edgy. I'll be right honest with you. But the one that's got the most far-reaching pieces out here, the one that has those ESTs, the young man across the ring there is going to have your reserve.
Your reserve champion comes out of Class 4, Wyatt Ducos, Medina Valley FFA.
Okay, Wyatt Ducos wins Reserve Division champion with the Ally Gilt. And I believe she's a wide awake, quite frankly. Imagine that. Wide awake, quite frankly. Reserve Division champion from Ally Genetics in Colorado. Charles Weston Charles family. Congratulations to the Strieber and Allied Gen X group for champion reserve in Division 1. We'll be now showing Class 8, the first class in the middle division. We'll be sifting those, and they are weighing from 240 to 245, I believe. 240 to 245.
Great way to get started in our middleweight division. If you're around the arena, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these kiddos in the arena a big round of applause as we send them back to the pens.
awesome pair we got up here in the top end of this class. And the one I chose to start with is the one the young lady's driving in the middle of the ring. You talk about one that's stout, that's bold, that's got a really, really good upper rib cage and center body cavity in her. You get this one out here and she gets her head up and rolling. You talk about one that's sound and functional, very comfortable. She comes and goes off either end with ease, but yet she is really stout skulled but attractive up through her front end. She looks like a lady there. She comes at you, but you talk about one that just no major holes, no major problems. And where she beats the one in second is just in terms of upper rib shape and just overall functionability. Young lady's in the greens is going to be second out here. She does a really nice job keeping her composure because this gilt's wanting to fight her a little bit. But you talk about one that's got the ESTs. That is a great big giant rear leg that functions extremely well. She is opened up at the ground off either end. She is extremely big-footed and heavy-structured, good looking up through her front end. She just gets a little flatter in that upper rib and a little flatter-sided. I just like to change her there. I think this one's got better days ahead of her. Those are two high-quality, very, very good gilts. The young lady that's going to be third out here, you talk about one that's stout, comfortable, very, very sound. You talk about a big center cage in that one with a big back and a big hip and pin set. Love the head shape this one has and the boldness she has as she comes at you. You can see when she goes to the ground, she gets a little squishier up front. She gets a little more refined in terms of foot size and bone. I'd like to just stouten up her feature at the ground to match how much true power she has up high. Likewise with the Calico gilt coming out in second. Elevation and design and presence this one has is really, really good. Soundness and functionability is very, very good on this one. Love just the back shape this one has. And you get on top of this one, there's a lot of spread and dimension there. Really good hip and hind leg. She, too, is one that just gets a little more refined. She's just maybe just a little more closed up front relative to the other three in class. But there's a high-quality gilt. Just runs out of feature compared to those top three. The young man's coming out next is one, we pulled from the C here, and she just doesn't really hit you really hard at first, but you start studying this one from her blade back. That one does a lot of things right. Very sound, very comfortable. Doesn't reach quite as far as the other ones we had above her, and maybe just not quite as attractive up through that head and neck set, but that one is dense. She's got a big center cavity to her. She's good built. She's good proportion. Balances extremely well. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's extremely massive. Up on top of this one from her blade back is impressive. Really good up through that headset and head carriage. She gets out here again just a little more refined in terms of foot size and ankle to match how much true power she has up high. She doesn't just hinge real loose out of that hip and hind leg. I'd like to change her there, make her flex and drive off those rear two a little bit with a little bit more ease to go ahead and get her any higher. The next one coming out, the young lady's got a unique one in terms of elevation, headset, and presence. You like that about her. She too reads a little flatter in that upper rib, and when you start to study this one from the side, her angles aren't quite as right from behind. She wants to knuckle just a little bit, and she just wants to take a shorter stride from behind. She needs to flex and go just a little bit better. These next ones coming out, really good hogs in their own right. A very, very deep class to start off Division II. Let's give all these kids a nice big hand.
All right, over here in the Crossbred Gilt.
Well, good morning, everyone. Coming to you live from San Antonio for the Crossbred Gilt Show today. It is Class 9 that you're watching from home, entering the show ring. The results from Class 8, your class winner was entry 51810, and that was Quinray Ruman from Medina County 4-H, and we're going to work on trying to get in a system here. We don't have a lot of these pedigrees and breeders to bring you. That's not part of the entry form or where it was. They didn't get a lot of information, I've been told. So as we get breeders and information, I know some of you as we go along here can text me if you've got one that you know is yours that wins a class or something. We're happy to pass along the breeder and genetic information as we go along if that's helpful. But again, as they start to collect that and pass it along, we'll bring it to you just as quick as we can. So second place, Guthrie Creel in that class. I believe that pig came from Platt Show Pigs. I believe that was a canoe on a Quite Frankly. Third place was Ava Luke from Hampshire FFA. Fourth place, Rebecca Branch from LaPorte FFA, and fifth place was Miles Raymond Booth. And again, on these next classes, we're hoping to get a little more information as we move forward, and we'll pass it along to you on the Gilt Show today. And as a reminder, we will be having that gilt sale tomorrow, and I'll get you the finalized details on that. There'll be a preview of the sale gilts tomorrow. Taylor Fort will have on his YouTube link, and we'll have that posted as well. Once we get those preview videos up, we'll post that on Sale Ring Live, the landing page of the auction page for tomorrow's sale. And so you can go to YouTube under Taylor Fort there, and you can watch those videos, and we'll have that link available to you just as soon as it's completed this afternoon and evening for to view online as well overnight. And so we'll get you details on the auction as we go along today. Your judge, Mr. Eric Polich from Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Crossbred Arena, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause and encouragement as we exit the arena.
Again, want to welcome all of you on the internet there. We're at Class 9 of your Crossbred Gilt Show here in San Antonio, and looks like I believe we've got 19 classes of these Crossbred Gilts to bring to you today, and then ultimately we'll select the champion and reserve champion females. And then all these gilts will come back tomorrow, and it looks like your schedule, we're going to do a preview of these gilts at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning again for you. If you want to see a live quick glance, the kids will drive these gilts out in front, make some quick commentary on those, and get moving forward. And at 1 o'clock Central Time tomorrow, we'll have your gilt auction starting with your champion female and work our way through the sale order that they'll put together this evening. And again, you can watch and bid online at salering.live tomorrow. And we've got some assistance on trucking. We've had multiple text messages and inquiries. For those of you at home, Trent Lahr will be in Waco, Texas on the 15th of this month, so next Saturday. And we will announce that to all the exhibitors as well. And then it's your responsibility to kind of work with some folks, try to make that happen. But we do know that Trent's in the area on Saturday. I just texted him, and he said he'd be happy to assist in any way. And I know last year we had 4 or 5 of these gilts. The families were happy to take those gilts back home, and if they could, coordinate and do some shipping. So we do have some options there, and obviously there's a lot of breeders and things, got gilts and barrows moving back and forth. And so I would tell you just plan accordingly and start thinking ahead for some of that. We'll help you in any way we can. If we get any more details and more convenient options for you, we'll be sure to pass that along to you throughout the broadcast today.
sir. Really nice gilt. The young lady driving here in the middle of the ring. We're going to start with this blue gilt out here. She combines the most positives out here in terms of bone and foot size and structure and look, and she gives you that three-dimensional look as she comes and goes, and the spread and dimension of this one is really, really good. Blade to knee to ground, she's exceptional. That's a big front foot and a big arm. Really good from behind in terms of pin set, skeletal width. She's a little edgy there. I'm not going to argue with you if you want to differ with me there, and that's fine. You'd like to make her just a little more secure, but I tell you what, that one's got some really, really unique pieces for a blue. First blue we're going to use today, but I like a lot of things about that one. The young lady that's going to be second out here has got one that's very stout, very bold as she comes and goes. You talk about one that's opened up at the ground off either end, big center cavity to her, and a great big back. Her spread and dimension coming out of her blade is really, really good. She's maybe not quite as flashy up through her front end, not quite as heavy structured, as big-footed as that one we started with, but that's a really nice kind of gilt that does a lot of things right. The young lady's white gilt coming out here next is one that's really kind of sowy looking. A lot of people don't like that much rib and productivity in these hogs right now, but I tell you what, that one's going to lay down and be a sow. I love the internal dimension, the body cavity this one has. She's not as athletic as these other two that we started with when we get out here and set them in motion, but here's one that's stout featured. She's opened up, extremely three-dimensional, big square back, really good hip. She flexes good behind, just maybe got to hit another gear to go ahead and get her up in that top pair. Young man's got a really complete one coming out here in 4, and you like the balance and design and just boxiness this one has when you get her out off to the side. Very sound, very functional. Of our top 4, she probably gives up the most just in terms of feature and just overall density. Not as big back, not as big in her upper rib, not as heavy-legged as those other ones, but just a complete, very fault-free, functional gilt. You love her from the side. You love her bold front end. Young man does a really nice job with that one. The young lady's coming here next in 5. Has got one, again, very sound, very productive, really good looking, no major holes, no major problems, but just one that we just like to stouten up, especially at the ground. Give her a bigger foot, give her a bigger ankle, maybe just give her just a little more oomph as she goes away from you, but that's a real complete one that runs uphill, dead level, really attractive up through the front end, very sound and functional. You like a lot of these kind of middle-of-the-road gilts like this you can take home, put in the breeding pens, breed them to all the whacked-out boars you can find, and make the next generation better. The unique one coming out here is the young lady's solid black one. You talk about one that's heavy-legged and big-footed, really stout-featured when she hits the ground off both ends. From the side, doesn't bounce quite as well as the other ones. Wants to be a little easier top, wants to be a little shorter and steeper out of that hip. I just like to level that one up, balance her from the side a little bit more to go ahead and get her up and that top pair. These next ones coming out, really good hogs in their own right. Just need to fix them in a spot or two. Really stout featured ones that just need to go a little bit better on down the line, but a really good set. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Results from Class 9. Your class winner was entry 61868. That was Amelia Hitzfelder from Medina County 4-H. And again, I know you guys watching at home are going to want to know pedigrees and breeders. I don't have that info, so as they trickle it into me today, I'll be sure to pass it along. Second place was Carissa Sider. She's from the Pridley FFA chapter, that dark cross gilt. A pretty logical pair, as you heard Eric talk the pigs there. I thought a blue gilt, in fact, if those of you at home are looking for breeding gilts, I thought that's when you take her home, put her on sow feed for 3 weeks, and I think she probably looks a little better than maybe she does today from a breeding standpoint. Some neat pieces there. I like that top pair pretty good. Third in class, 41-163, Addison Jones from Kylene. Fourth in class, Dalton Dilly from Cedar Creek. And fifth in class was Cassidy Bryan from Pleasanton FFA. So those are your top 5 gilts. And again, we'll have these gilts sorted through and have you a sale order for tomorrow. And of course, we've got that middleweight division coming up after class 12, I believe. There's 19 classes today. Class 10 Crossbred Gilts. Your judge, Eric Polich, is sorting through as we speak.
Excellent set of kiddos out here showing their Crossbred Gilts. If you're around the arena, let's give them a big round of applause and show appreciation for all their hard work as we excuse them back to their pens.
Again, we are on Class 10 Crossbred Gilts, the middleweight division. I believe middleweights are after Class 12. We'll do middleweight championship drive, and then we're going to take a lunch break, be probably 30, 45 minutes, something like that. And then we'll get back started with the first class. It'll be Class 13 of your heavyweights. And then I believe Class 19 will be your final heavyweight class today. They'll do a division. Then they'll turn around and bring those division champions back for the selection of your champion crossbred female. So that's kind of your schedule for today. Again, Class 10, your judge, Eric Polich from Iowa. He's sorting through those. After Class 12, we'll do that division selection, and then we'll take that lunch break and get back to you with the heavyweights.
Okay, we're on class 10. We've pinned 3 to look back. He's kind of going from the bottom up, and then he's pinned 3. The one in the first pin is a Jeff Heffernan gilt. Young man didn't know the pedigree. The next one is a Swecky gilt, and that one was a left behind roll call from Swecky. And the third place gilt is a Flatland from Ben Cooley, Stand By Me Hero. Those are the first 3 we have some pedigree information on. Young lady in the black shirt in the middle is a Canal gilt. Let's see what else I have. That Canal gilt is a Lead the Way next play. That's all I got right now. Canal gilt goes 7, I believe. And that was Brooklyn Alexander. We're starting to get into the heavier weights of our our second division. Looks like 254 to 260, 6-pound weight range. Young man come out pin 2 would be the Swecky gilt. Young man come out 3 is the Flatland Stand By Me Hero gilt.
Class 11, Crossbred Gilts exhibitors, please come to the staging area.
5 nice Crossbred gilts. Fundamental but still powerful. Flatland gilt goes 5. Don't know the young man that was 4. We've got the Swecky, the Scott Heffernan, and then the young lady I don't know that pedigree on either. There's a large crowd at the Crossbred Gilt Show at San Antonio. We are packed in the seats. Young lady goes 3rd in the black shirt. She is from a local ag chapter, East Central FFA, so congratulations to her. So we have the Heffernan gilt and we have the Swecky gilt. Kind of 2 different kinds, but both very high quality.
Taylor here and then Taylor here.
Heffernan gilt goes 2, Swecky gilt goes 1. Nice pair.
Nice class to go ahead and work through here in this Division 2. Not an easy class to put together because I don't know if there's just one out here that needs to win, but our top 4 or 5 are really, really good in their own right. The one I keep coming back to and landing on is a young man in the middle of the ring. That one's just big-legged, and the design and elevation this one has and the skull and the shape of that one's head and front end is exceptional. This one's presented extremely well. She gets out here. She's comfortable. She's never taken a bad step. She's a high-quality kind of female that just does a lot of things right. Very sound, very functional, balanced from the side, great design, great running gear, just a good functional kind of gilt to go ahead and lead this class off with. The one that's going to be in second, the young man coming at me right now, has got one that is bolder through that center cavity. I really like this one when you get up over a blade down into that lower rib cage. That's a great center cavity, opened up and really three-dimensional in that look, but yet still attractive up through her head and neck. She gets out here and she's a little more refined in terms of foot size and bone compared to the one that we started with, but there's a high-quality kind of female that, boy, you can replicate those all the time, all day long, and really be successful no matter what ring you stick those in. The young lady that's going to be third out here has got one that's very similar to the one we just talked about. Stout-featured kind of gilt, really balanced, really good design. Really a big center cage into this one. You like the volume, the high capacity, the three-dimensional look she has. She too is just one that just gets a little more refined at the ground. Maybe just like to give her just a bigger front foot, a bigger ankle, fix that one extra dew claw on her, and she moves up. The young man that's going to be fourth out here has got one really just a powerhouse. Attractive from the side, very sound, very functional, takes a really easy fluid step off both ends. Her angles from behind are really good. She's maybe not just as elevated up in the air as like I see this one. I'd like to give her just a little more feature at the ground, give her a little bit more length of cannon, get her up off the ground, maybe fix her in that ham loin ever so slightly, and then we can talk about moving that one up. Young man's got a real stouty coming out here next in 5, and you talk about one that's heavy duty and it's skeleton. Really bold when she comes at you, really thick-ended kind of gilt, stout skulled, very stout all around. Here's one to me that just gets a little funkier in that ham loin. I'd like to change her there. She's not as big and broody as these other ones. Looks more like a little more like a market hog, but a big old tail root that you like to see in your breeding females. Just does a lot of things good. Just maybe need to be just a nickel bigger in her kind to go ahead and move her on up. Young lady that's coming out next has got one that just kind of worked her way up, does a lot of things right in terms of feet and leg structure. She's opened up, she's bold, very sound, very functional, very stout made all the way through. She's not extended off either end. I don't know if it's her color pattern going up over her crest of her neck, but I'd like to extend her out off either end to go ahead and get her any higher. These next ones coming out, really good kind of high quality females. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Results from Class 10. First in class was entry 59704. Chance Chiranza. Chance, apologize if I'm pronouncing your last name inappropriately. Guadalupe County 4-H. Second in that class, Moses Tarango, entry 62931 from Medina Valley FFA. Third place, Michaela Cordova from East Central FFA. Fourth place was Caden Jenkins from Valley View FFA. And fifth in class was Cade Barber from Medina County 4-H. Class 11, Crossbred Gilts. Going through the sifting process just began with Judge Eric Polich. And as we mentioned there earlier, we'll do Class 12, then they'll have the championship for the middleweight gilts. Then after that, we'll be taking a lunch break, and we'll get started afterwards with that first class of heavyweight gilts. Justin's down there trying to get some pedigrees as he pins these initial gilts, and as we get some of that information, we'll be bringing that to you as we can.
Attention, folks around the Crossbred Arena, particularly around the SIFT area. If you could back off of the fence so our live stream can catch those angles, that would be greatly appreciated. If we could have everybody back off the fence around the SIFT pin, that would be greatly appreciated. Once again, a great class of crossbreds with exceptional set of kiddos. Let's give them a big round of San Antonio appreciation and applause for their efforts this week.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
really nice guilty young ladies driving here to win this class. And you talk about one that just kind of overwhelms everything else in terms of just presence and balance and stoutness of feature and just overall density. This one's got a really good look up front. And she's extended for how stout she is. She's extremely big-legged and heavy-structured as she hits the ground. Big-centered, big cage, really good coming right out of her blade into that ham loin hookup. This one's sound and functional off either end. She reaches and she's just comfortable out here. You talk about one that just kind of has those ESTs. That's her. The young man that's going to be second out here with the belted gilt just gives up a little bit in terms of just foot size, bone, and just overall mass. But here's one that just does a lot of things right. She's not the biggest one in the world. I'd like to just elevate her and get her up off the ground and make her niche bigger in her package, but boy, there's one that's looks like she can produce barrows all day long. Sound, functional, three-dimensional look, just no major holes, no major problems. The young lady's blue gilt, just one that doesn't overpower you in any way, shape, or form, but here's one that just does a lot of things right in terms of balance, design from the side, overall just flexibility. She gets out, she motors off either end. She's one that just doesn't have quite the mass, quite the power that the other two do that are above her, but there's an extended, good-looking one that just looks like she reads brood sow all day long. Young man, it's got a really unique one coming up here. Here's one that is elevated, opened up, and square as she comes at you. Love the base of her chest floor when she comes right at you. Really good scold, really good from the side, but the longer she's out here, she hinges too tight from behind. If we can make her flex and drive better off either end, we can certainly think about moving that one up. Young man's got a really complete one coming out here in 5, and one just has no major holes or problems. Very sound, very functional off either end. Probably just gives up too much in terms of spread and dimension up high and just overall mass compared to these ones we had above her. I'd like to just go ahead and bulk her up coming right out of her blade, make her much bigger right up high in that upper rib. But boy, there's a really good looking one that's sound and functional that you can take to any whacked out boar that you find to go ahead and make the next generation better. Really love the front 2/3 of this one coming out. The young lady's driving. Bulky and dense and bold through her chest floor. I really love her up high. When we get in right behind her, she just gets a little flatter pinned. She just gets a little narrower tracking from behind. I'd like to go ahead and just square her up, make her not quite so round, and just extend her out in either direction. But there's a real one that's comfortable, tall-shouldered, short-backed, just really one that you can do a lot of things with. These next ones coming out, good hogs in their own right. Got a few major issues and problems with some of them we need to fix, but really a good set. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
For those of you following along at home, Class 11 results, your class winner, 52,984. Tail and touch from Harper FFA. I didn't get a pedigree, but I do believe I caught wind that they actually raised that gilt. Maybe she won their district show. I'd say that one's going to take quite a bit of heat here in this division coming up. Of course, we've still got Class 12. This will be the last class of the division, but it'll be sure interesting to see how she gets along in that division. And certainly for those of you looking for a unique breeding piece and just a pretty good one, I'd say put that one on your real short list, because there's a lot of quality and good in that female, and she's got a track record to go with it. So congratulations, young lady, on your class winner. Second in that class, Landon Grigsby from Belton FFA. Third place is Audrey Hitt. Fourth place was Jake Fisher. And fifth place was Brendan Doherty from Valley View FFA. And again, we wish we had those pedigrees and a little more information for you. When we can get those, we'll be sure to pass them along and try to keep you as informed as possible as you watch here. So we'll do this last class. Eric has just started with this initial sift on Class 12. Then we'll work through that middleweight division. Then we'll take about a 30-minute lunch break and get you fired back up with your heavyweights. And so for those of you watching along, we'll kind of go over some of the information that goes along with the auction tomorrow in case there's some gilts that trip your trigger. You want to do a little bidding and buying, certainly take advantage. I've had the privilege of selling and broadcasting this thing last 3 years, and I would tell you, as wild as this industry is trying to find quality, for those of you that are looking for gilts to bring home that can kind of help out, we actually purchased a gilt out of here last year. I thought the quality was exceptional. I think there's still value to be found. These big gilts that are ready to roll and get you some extra maturity And a lot of these gilts are coming from the very same firms. Folks in the Midwest are buying these baby pigs at retail pricing now. I think this sale has had quite a bit to offer over the years in comparison to some others for where the value and prices have been. So that and $5 will get you coffee, but that's been my perspective of the sale. And so I think if you're serious about getting better, if you're serious about adding some pieces, I'd dang sure be paying attention tomorrow.
Once again, a really challenging crossbred class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause and appreciation as we excuse them back to their pens.
kind of a challenging class to put together here. And again, one of these classes, I don't think there's any right way to do it when you get in the top 3 or 4 out here. The one I keep coming back to and settling on is the young lady's out in the middle. She's the most basic in her build. She's the most basic kind of female out here. Really good design. She's elevated up off the ground. She's sound. She's functional off both ends. She has ribs. She has productivity to that center cage. She comes at you bold through that chest floor. She leaves you the same way. You know, is she the most massive out here? No, she's not. But she, to me, looks like she reads with the most future in terms of making a sow and generating one that you can or just go ahead and put in the sow herd, and you can make any kind of mate her to any type of boar right now to go ahead and get big ones, little ones, wide ones, stout ones. This is one of the basic ones that you can do a lot of things with. Sow pens full of these make a guy a lot of money. The young lady that's going to be second out here in the red jacket's got one that's a little more extreme in terms of width and overall just power. She's still functional off either end, opened up with a great big center rib cage. You like that about her. Good designed, and her angles are right. She's just one that just reads just a little lower set to the ground. I'd like to give her a little more length of cannon. I'd like to just fix her ever so slightly from behind. She wants to just get a little edgy as she goes away from you. We fix her there, elevate her up off the ground, and it's no contest. The young lady that's going to be third out here has got one that, you know, from the right side, you think, boy, she's got enough middle. So the way that belt comes down, you get over there on her left side, and you think she's tight-hearted and pinched. I just think this one, for me, needs to balance a little bit better in terms of just depth of heart from unity from forerib to flank. We just put an extra shot of rib and internal dimension to this one. I can certainly think about moving this one on up, but when you start studying this one right there on her left side, she just gets a little too pinched in that heart for me to go ahead and move her on up in that top pair. The young lady's got the extreme one coming out here in fourth. Really heavy bone, big-footed kind of gilt. You like her chest floor. You like how much power she has as she goes away from you. She's opened up and square from the ground up. You can see the longer she's out here, though, she doesn't balance quite as well. She wants to run downhill, wants to be a little flatter-footed and a little shorter cannoned up front. Not quite as just fleshy through that middle third of her body cavity. I'd like to go ahead and just bulk her up through the middle, elevate her up off those front pasterns to go ahead and get her up in that top 4 or up in that top 3 relative to the rest of the class. The young man's coming out, got a really neat white one out here. You talk about one that's basic, very functional, sound, no holes, no problems in this one. You can do a lot of things with a sow herd like that. This is one of the better white ones we've seen today. I like her bone, I like her foot size, her angles, her flex off both ends is really, really good. Up high, she probably just doesn't have enough. I'd like to give her more spread and dimension coming right out of that blade into that upper rib to go ahead and get her around those stouter ones, but that's a really nice kind of white female. It's going to just flat out make the next generation better. Young lady's got a real stout one coming out here. You like the spread dimension, that three-dimensional look she has. She's one that the longer she's out here, reads just a little plainer up through her front end, reads a little rounder and shorter out of that hip. I'd like to just fix her there on that rear third to get her any higher. The young man's calico coming out. Again, one you like in terms of just basic build and functionality. Big middle third, really good design, very sound, not as flashy, doesn't have all the bells and whistles up through her front end like some of the other ones did. Really a good class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, folks, we're going to start us off with our medium weight division drive. Coming out of class number 8, your winner is Quinn Ruman from the Medina County 4-H. Coming out of class number 9, Amelia Hitzfelder, Medina County 4-H. Representing class number 10 is Chance Carranza, Guadalupe County 4-H. Your class winner out of class number 11 is Taylon Toch, Harper FFA. And representing class number 12 is Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H.
We're now showing our Division II champion gilts. Kind of a wide variety of kinds out here, but really a stout set. We've got a few of the pedigrees throughout this division, kind of off and on. Try to review those for the viewing audience the best we can as we start setting some sell order.
You and I both agree. I mean, Eric's done plenty of these things, and he's just done a nice job. The good ones have gone up, and the bad ones have gone down, and, you know, he's been as consistent as he can be, and you always got to play the cards you're dealt with in class. But I think, you know, following along, it's been pretty easy, really. I mean, he's been accurate and just kind of does what he does, sorts the pigs, and moves right on. And so I commend him for doing those things and doing them efficiently. You know, we're not going to steal anybody's thunder, and we could always throw a curveball, but I know you and I got one we think's pretty unique out here. We mentioned her in class, and these others, as good as she is, get out here and, you know, ramp up and bring plenty of pressure with them, because there's a lot of high-quality gilts. You just got to take your type and kind when it comes to sale day tomorrow. But a lot of good pieces here, good pedigrees, good breeders, good boar studs and things backing these good ones. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these four individuals out here for your champion D2 drive. You talk about a good set, and this is a really, really good top end in this Division II, and I'm really happy with the way all five of these fit together out here. You talk about hogs that are built extremely well. They're good design. They're functional. They've got a really good look. They're tall-shouldered. They presented extremely well. Here's a really, really good set. You know, the one thing we can talk about all day long is keep things sound, keep them functional, but it's really, really easy to go so far as to keep them so sound and so complete that we make them common. These out here don't have that. These out here have those extra bells and whistles. They have the extra ESTs that we need to go ahead and make that next generation better. There's one out here I keep coming back to, and you talk about one that is rugged, that is good looking, that is sound. She's not cooperating right now for the young lady, but I tell you what, this is the one I want to take home. The young lady at the pink right here in front of me is going to be your champion Division II.
Congratulations, Taylor and Todd. Todd Show Pigs, him Todd Show Pigs raised that one. She was a stinger. I believe next tricked out. Home raised pigs. So you got the bred and owned champion in that division as well. The gilt that comes in second was from Jake Gleason there.
Well, that second place gilt comes out, folks, and really fits right in here in terms of just overall build and the power and design this one has. She's in a three-dimensional package, probably just not as elevated, as good looking as these other ones we've got out here, but there's one you can take home and do a lot of things with. My second favorite one out here, folks, is one that does a lot of good things in terms of balance design, soundness, functionality. You know, we study these things and we build them from the ground up. This one is impeccable there. I love the look. I love the presence this one has. This one is really, really good in a lot of different areas. Young lady out of Class 1 is going to be your second reserve in this division.
Well, we want to welcome everyone back on the World Wide Web to the Crossbred Gilt Show here at San Antonio. It's Class 15. This is your first class of heavyweight gilts. I believe our last class of the day is Class 19, and then we'll do selection of your champion heavyweight. Then they'll get into that champion crossbred gilt drive. And so your judge, Eric Polich, is over there. He started your sift for Class 15. We'll sort through those, and again, we don't have the pedigrees and breeders on these gilts, and so we get some boots on the ground as they gather some of that information and get it up here. I'll be happy to pass it along, but as it stands now, all we have are the entries and the class numbers. So we'll try to get you all we can when we get it gathered. Keep you updated as we go along. Class 15 crossbred gilts.
Great way to get started after our lunch break in the Crossbred Gilts. Excellent set of kiddos, nice set of hogs. Let's give these kids a round of applause as we exit the arena.
Man, awesome set out here, folks, in this first class of this Division III. We're going to start with the young lady's black-headed one out here, and she's the real ultra big-footed, stout-featured, heavy-boned one. It's got big feet. You look at the range of motion and the length of stride this one takes off both ends is really, really good. She's balanced from the side. She's level. She's extended. She's got a neat look up through her head and neck. She's got the right amount of muscle and the right amount of squareness of build when she goes right away from you. She opens up in a big chest floor. Just a solid kind of gilt that you like to mass produce to make females. The one that's going to be second out here, the young lady's driving in the middle of the ring. You love just this one from the profile. Elevation, look up through her front end, that design from the side. The presence this one has is really, really good. She's not as opened up through her chest floor. That's where I'd change her. I just want to pry her apart if she comes right at me. Just relax her ever so slightly in that shoulder blade area. But boy, there is an elevated, good-looking one from that blade back. That thing is massive. Big-hipped, big back, big rib cage, and just flawless in her build. Not as dense, not as just bulky, especially coming at you as the one we started with. The young lady that's going to be third out here, she is better in her chest, and the front two-thirds of this one I love. You talk about a big, fresh back, a big, fresh center cage in this one. This one just looks like a brood sow. Of our top three, she has the least amount of power. She goes away from me, and I'd like to fix her on that left rear hock from hock to ground, the way she just doesn't drive and flex off of it. She wants to pop it and rotate it ever so slightly, but that's being very, very critical of an extremely, extremely good gilt. The young lady's coming out here. When this one first hit the ring, I thought, oh, wow, here we go. Started D3. Front two-thirds of this one is probably as good as I've seen today. I need to change her in that rear third. She gets a little too short and steep out of that hip for me. I just wants to be just a nickel rounder. If we can level her out, crank that tail head up and lengthen that hip out, that's a no-brainer. This deal's done. That one is foot and bone is unreal. The boldness of chest this one has, the skull, the amount of power from blade back this one has is incredible. Just got to fix that rear third from me today. You buy them as you see them. If this one's in the sale, which I hope she is, that one ought to have some friends. The young lady that's coming out here next, love, same deal. Love the front two-thirds of this one. Just the build this one has up through her front foot and forearm up into her blade. Stout skulled, good-headed, really attractive, but yet stout as she comes at you. She too is one you got to lengthen her hip out. You got to just level her and lengthen that hip. Maybe just make her a nickel better design and just balance from the side. But I tell you what, that one's got some really, really far-reaching pieces. Young lady's busted ear gilt coming out here next is one you love a lot of things about. Design and balance, squareness up high coming out of her blade. That's a big tail root. This one is sound and functional. Maybe just doesn't have quite the mass and power and bone those other ones did, but that one's just, again, one of those ones that's fault-free. You like to mass produce these kind of raised barrows all day long. Young man coming out here next, another stout one. Burly as she comes at you, elevated, good-looking. This one gives up a little too much in terms of center mass for me. I just need to give her a little more arch and curvature in her forerib, drop some belly and flank in that one to go ahead and compete with these other ones. When this one gets full and this one gets a big center cavity in her, look out because she's as good looking and as good design and sound as anything in the class. Really, really deep class to start this off with. Let's give all these kids a really nice big round of applause.
Attention, folks around the Crossbred Arena. If we could clear the area around the SIF pin, we're having some issues viewing the live stream. If we could just clear the area around the SIF pin so we can make sure we're getting a good stream for our viewers online.
Entering the ring now is we got Class 15 results. Class 16, they just started the sift. Your class winner for Class 15, Bryn Ducos from Medina Valley FFA, entry 62874. Second in that class was Kinsler Gingo, Mansfield FFA. Third place was Macon Saldana. And again, I'm roughing these names, but from Midland County 4-H. Fourth place was McKinley Tucker from Whiteface FFA, and fifth place was Macy Wofford from Community FFA. Those are the results from Class 15. Class 16 sift again is underway with your judge, Eric Polich.
Well, once again, a really good class of our crossbred exhibitors. Let's give these kids a round of applause as we excuse them from the ring.
Okay, got a few pedigrees here. I think some of the hogs that have been pinned. I know the young man in 2, Mr. Hurley. That's an underdog gilt from. She's a Playboy from underdog from Gardner there. Mr. Canales, that's in the 3rd pin. That's from Chris Fishbacher up in the Plains. I don't know the young man. I don't know that he knew his pedigree. Oh no, he did. He was he didn't know the pedigree, but it came from Cozarts. So we got the pedigree on the top 3. He's pinned. There's another underdog gilt in here. There was a bauble gilt that placed about 8th. And so yeah, we've got the underdog gilt, the Fishbacher gilt, and the Cozart gilt that goes that are pinned. The first 3 that are pinned. He's going to kick out those 3 and 2 others to evaluate in the top 5.
Really nice class here, and these top 3 folks are impressive. And the one that's going to win out here today, I think, is the combination of the other 2 that are in 2nd and 3rd. The young man's driving the one out here. When she gets her head up and rolls, that one is sound, athletic. She is broad, she is dense, and she is stout. I love her skull. I love her front end. When you get on top of this one, that's a big back with a big center cage. She hinges extremely loose from behind. She's very athletic. She's very comfortable out here. She's got the look and the presence of the one in 3rd, but she's got the power and the bone size and foot size of the one in 2nd. This is the combination one. These kind of guys are hard to make. The young man that's going to be 2nd with the belted gilt out here, You get on the top side of her skeleton, pulled apart, dense and massive, still gives you a good look. Stout skull up through her front end. She is one to me that just hinges a little tighter from behind. She's just not quite as athletic and as fluid out here as these other ones. Want to turn in just a little bit up front. I don't know if it's just age or what it is, but that one's got some pieces guys need to look at tomorrow. The young man coming out next, you talk about one that's really good designed and got some presence about her from the side. Elevated and extended, good looking. She wants to reach just a little bit up front, wants to be just a little forward, not blade and shoulder. Not quite, it's just comfortable from behind. Again, one of those just to match how much true power she has up high. Just needs a bigger rear foot, especially from hock to ground. But that one's really, really good and got some really unique pieces. The young lady coming out next, I told her, I said, this is one of the better ones we've seen today. If she could just reach and go and hit another gear off those rear two. Love the broadness she has in chest floor she comes at you with. Gives you a neat look up through her head and neck, and I mean massive from that blade back. She just needs to reach and flex and go better off those rear two to get her moved up. This is an outstanding class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big round of applause.
We just finished class 17 of your Crossbred Gilt show. Real nice class. Eric was very complimentary on down the line. I thought I would tend to agree. I thought it was another good deep class. Gilts had some parts and pieces depending on where your priorities are. And at the same time, I thought the quality was really good, and he had them stacked up pretty well close there. I thought those 2 or 3 gilts there at the front end were very, very nice, and an excellent class winner he fell on. And I know that's one he liked and one that'll stand some heat and competition when they come back here for division. Your class winning gilt was shown by Hudson Music from Stephenville FFA. Second in that class, Blakely Brown from 4-H program that I don't have in front of me. Third in class, Abigail Butcher from Marble Falls FFA. Fourth place, Lila Bonnert from Kendall County 4-H, and then fifth in that class, Ashlyn Eschberger from McNeil FFA. So, again, good class of gilts there, and we'll have I don't know how many of those guys are picking off, but I would guess there could be as many as 5 make the sale out of that class. But I would think for sure there'll be 3 or 4 of those gilts make the cut for the sale tomorrow. So pay attention, study. Again, we don't have those pedigrees on our sheet, unfortunately, so I can't help you with that. But prior to the sale, we'll have those listed. They'll be uploaded tonight on Sale Ring Live once they get the sale order put together and they get all that information. So tomorrow morning, if you want to hop on Sale Ring Live, you should be able to see the pedigree information on those gilts, and obviously the sale order will be established at that point. Then at 9 a.m. Central Time, we'll do a quick preview of those gilts again, and that'll be live stream with Taylor Fort. And then we'll roll right into your gilt sale there at 1 o'clock Central Time on Sale Ring Live. So anything we can help you with, again, the best information I have to this point in terms of assistance getting hogs back to the Midwest, Trent Lahr will have a truck in Waco, Texas on February 15th. That's Saturday, right here around the corner. And so if you've got one that you got stars and circles on and you want to get some information, I'd reach out to the breeder and contact them and see, if you got one landed, if they could, work with you and help get that gilt to Waco, get on Trent's truck there. Maybe reach out to Trent as well and see if there's any other options along the way. But again, Trent Lar will be in Waco, Texas on the 15th, and maybe that'll help you getting those gilts coordinated and getting them back to you there in the Midwest.
1 2, test 1 2.
very logical place to start with the young lady's blue gilt out here in the middle of the ring. She kind of just overwhelms the class in terms of, just structural integrity, foot size, bone, range of motion. You get on top of this one. This one is broad backed. She has tall frontage. She gives you a good look up through her front end. She's still yanked apart at her chest floor as she comes at you, and she is the heaviest bone one out here that can still function. She wins this class, and she beats the belted one because of her rear two. She's better off her rear two. She flexes and drives and goes better off of it. That is a big square hip, a big square pin set, and one that can get around all day long on a big, fat rear leg. The young man that's going to be second out here, you talk about it, big legs on one. That rear leg is big. She is dense up high, really stout-featured, stout-skulled. She is not pride open underneath as the one we started with. She just gets a little more closed up front as she comes at you. And when you study her at the ground from behind, she wants to just be shorter strided. She's not as athletic. She doesn't get out and just reach and flex and go like the blue one does we started with. I'd like to just open her up at the ground ever so slightly to get her around that wide, stout one that we win the class with. The young man that's going to be third out here has got one that can just go all day. This one's got a motor in her. She's very, very comfortable out here, and she is better off her rear two than the one that we just talked about in second. She gives up too much just in terms of bone and foot size relative to that one in second, but here's one. The top side of her skeleton is impeccable. She is sound. She's good design. You just need to breed her to one of those crazy bone boars to try to get the next generation heavier structured and better. Likewise with the young ladies, belted one coming out here next. Love the look and design and balance this one has. Ultra comfortable out here as she goes. Just gives up too much in terms of foot and bone size. I'd like to just stouten her up at the ground, and this is one you can do that with the boar that you choose. The young man coming out here next is one that, here's one that's opened up and square, really stout featured. Maybe not quite as elevated, doesn't get up off the ground as some of these other ones, but this one's got a motor in her. She can function at the ground very, very well. Great big back, just needs to be a little bit longer cannon. She too is one I'd like to just put a little more foot size and ankle in relative to the rest of the class. The young lady's got a real stout one coming out next. Front 2/3 are really good, elevated, good looking, head and neck set is right. She just gets a little too choppy from behind. She needs to go better off those rear two, but that's being really critical of a really, really good gilt. This one's got a lot of power and a lot of far-reaching pieces. The next one's coming out, really good gilts in their own right. Some of them get a little rounder made all the way through, but you talk about a good class here in Division III. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Final class of crossbred gilts are starting to hit the sift ring here in just a second. Looks like maybe our judge had to take a 2-minute timeout, and so he'll be back with you. Here he comes now, and so Eric is headed off to the sift ring for that final class of cross gilts. Results out of the last class, which was Class 18. Your class winner was Shelby Brown from Lubbock County 4-H. Second in that class, Ryder Egbert from Salado FFA. Third in class was Leighton Canales from Odom FFA. Fourth in that class was Olivia Daughtry from Georgetown FFA. And fifth in class was Tucker Smith from Rouse FFA. So they're working on the sale order. I would guess there's 3 or 4 of those gilts that'll make the list. Nice blue gilt wins the class Eric spoke highly of, and had some intriguing pieces for those of you out there paying attention for the auction tomorrow. Again, Class 19, your judge is starting to sift through those. Your final class of crossbreds will follow up with the heavyweight division selection, Then they'll move into that Crossbred Gilt Championship drive following that. So stay tuned. Looks like Central Time. It's 3:36 now. So I would guess around 4:30 or so you could expect that champion Crossbred Gilt drive. Got to get through this class, the division, and then get into those. So stay tuned, getting on the short rows, but the qualities remain good. And 4 years or so that I've been doing this, looks like the biggest crowd I've seen watching the Gilt Show to the very end here. And I know Blaine and Kyle are a catty corner in the other barn sorting through your purebreds. And so get finished here today. You can click over and follow those guys as they go through some of the other breeds as well today.
Okay, if you can hear me in Taylor Fort Land and the sound is good, somebody shoot me a text message. JW, send me a text message if you can hear this. On that last class, the class winner was a game time wham from Linder. Reserve, the second place gilt was from John Mollett, and she was a Wild Ride All Rise Kingpin. We've got some really nice gilts in this heavyweight class. I would tune back in and grab a bag of popcorn and enjoy this heavyweight class as we conclude our show. If you look and see, there's several good sponsors throughout your screen that have made this thing possible. I know we've seen D&D Trailers on there, Flatland. I've seen Night Show Pigs. Seen several people. Hoff Soldier Genetics. I know the Primo Winning Enterprises group has been a
exceptional way to
pivotal
end
sponsor.
the day. Let's give the kids in the arena a big round of applause and appreciation for all their hard work and effort this year as we release them back to the pens.
This Adams Fab, there in East Texas, is a sponsor. I also see this Bachelor Hog that Crossroads is advertising. Adam Beck, appreciate Adam and his sponsorship. Adams Boar Stinger wins the Sires of the Champion Gilt in the middle division, and also Sires in a really good Wild Ride Gilt that wins the first class of this division. So thanks to Adam and the Crossroads crew for their sponsorship. It's going to be an awfully nice last class as we conclude his show. Mr. Polish has done a tremendous job. He's powered these hogs up, but kept them real and kept them productive on their feet and legs and kept them look like females. You know, you can only deal with the cards, you can only play with the cards you're dealt, but he's done a great job with integrity and has moved through them very, very good and very efficient. I'll kind of mention some pedigrees as I see them as they come out. Young man that first came out in the light blue shirt is a Stork Gilt. She's a cover shot cracker. Really good built female. This one here is a Brockman Gilt. I think they said she was a buckle up. This young man said the gilt came from McKinley, little boy in the Calico. McKinley boys down at Conroe, the brothers. Nice gilt. Really large limb one come out in the last pin. I don't know that I caught her pedigree. It's a very impressive female. Okay, the young lady in the pink sweater on the far side is a Flatland. She's a Suits, tricked out from Cooley there at Flatland. Flatland's got along well today. Here comes a Moose coming out of this pin. Brockman Gilt. She is in the woods on Faith Alone, I believe, Slittermate's sister. I think that's what I read. That one's stout. Very, very good set of hogs in this class. Amazes me how these guys can keep these things this fresh at this point. Some of them weren't, obviously, but these things are very, very good. Very unique one just gets pinned. I think the gilt that was pinned second was the gilt that was graded at Fort Worth there last week or whenever it was, 2 weeks ago. I think it's what I understood. Maybe a Jaden Weimer gilt, maybe. Okay, the 64 352, the gilt pin third, is from Trace Amigos. He did not know a pedigree. But the heat is on. Okay, Eric's about to start placing from the bottom up, and he'll sort his top 5 or 6 here in a few minutes. There's been some questions on online bidding. SaleRing.live will be your online bidding platform. Videos will be up later this evening as we get the platform put together in sale order. SaleRing.live. Look for the San Antonio Crossbred Gilt banner, and we'll have the pedigrees on there. Preview is at 9 a.m. Sale is at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
We need those first and second places in classes 15, 16, 17, and 18 in the crossbred. We need y'all in the staging area.
Reminder, this is our last class, and we'll be showing for the champion heavy division and then the grand overall gilt here in just the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Attention, folks around the arena. We've got we got a phone here that somebody has misplaced or lost when they were sitting in the stands. We also found another item for a Lori McFarland.
Okay, the 3 gilts that are out there, there's a Swecky gilt on the far side, a Brockman gilt, and a Trace Amigos. Names we've been pretty synonymous with success here today and throughout the industry.
Lori McFarland, if you are up around the ring, we also have something up here at the announcer stand for you. Or if you know a Lori McFarland, you might tell her to come see us at the Crossbred Gilt announcer stand.
Wow, what a way to end this crossbred show here, folks. In this last class, we got two outstanding creatures out here. And the one that's going to win to me is just there's definitely some give and take between both of these two. The one that's going to win for me just does it based on she does a few things better, especially right at the ground. This one, you start studying her and her front forearm and foot, it is huge. She is bigger ankled. She is bigger front footed than the one we're going to run in second. And when you study the rear third of each one of these two, you get them out here on the profile. The one in one is longer hipped, and she's more extended off either direction than the one that's in second. The one in second, big legs, very sound, very comfortable, really good looking out here. You get on top of that one, and I mean bold coming right out of her blade. Same with the one that we started with. Both of these two gilts are impressive when you get right on top of them. You get in behind them, they are big pinned, they are set apart wide, and they are sound and they are comfortable. Range of motion is extremely good off both of these two. There's subtle differences. The one that wins, like I said, got a little bit bigger foot, a little bit bigger ankle, and she's longer hipped. The one in second gets nickel shorter hipped, but boy, that's a good one, folks. I mean, those are very, very hard pieces to make in both of these two gilts. They are impressive. The young man that's in third, I mean, he's got a really good one out here. He just fell into a tough class. You talk about one that's bold and robust as she comes and goes. Big center cage. The longer she's out here, though, she just gives up too much in terms of foot size and bone. And the longer she's out here, she just doesn't get off those rear two quite as comfortably as those two that we started with, but that's a really, really nice gilt to run in third. The young man coming out here in four, you talk about one that front two-thirds is elevation and extension. The back third on this one, the hip and hind leg is impeccable, really broad and dense all the way down her blade. You talk about one that just gets out here and floats off those rear two. Where I need to change her, she falls into fours as she comes at me. She gets in at her knees. She gets a little closed up at the ground. She's not as big-armed or as big-footed as those ones we had above her, but you change the front-end structure of that one. We move her up to third pretty handily. The young lady coming out here next has got one. You love the design and functionability. This one's just not overpowering. Great center cavity, great center rib. You love the width. You love the spread and dimension. Just gets a little more refined kind of everywhere, not as massive, not as dense as the ones we had above her, but sound and functional, ones you can just have a gilt full or a gilt lot full of those and be just fine for the next generation. The young lady coming out here next has got a really broad one. You talk about bulk and power and density. She gets a little roached up in that front shoulder. She gets a little shorter and steeper out of that hip. We change her there in that rear third. We can certainly move her on up. I tell you what, a really good class to end the day with here, folks. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Okay, folks, your results in class number 19. In 10th, Cole Kate, Brock FFA. 9th, Abigail Arce, James Madison FFA. 8th place, Max Pinkston, San Patricio County 4-H. 7th, Dylan Hatcher, Galveston County 4-H. 6th, Jade Tillery, Wise County 4-H. 5th, Evelyn Boren, Bangs FFA. 4th, Reno Schuff, Belton FFA. 3rd, John McNabb, Greenwood FFA. 2nd, Kinley Scott, Midland County 4-H. And your class champion goes to Braley Kirkpatrick of the Toller FFA. We will be starting with our heavyweight crossbred drive momentarily.
That was your final class, Class 19, on your Crossbred Gilts, your class winner. And a nice class, good pair of gilts. It's going to be a nice heavyweight drive. Brayley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA wins your class. Kinley Scott was second from Midland County 4-H. Again, he took that pair extremely high. Third in that class is John McNabb from Greenwood FFA. Fourth place, Reno Schliff from Belton FFA. And fifth was Evelyn Boren from Bangs FFA. So going to have a presentation here after the, I believe right after the heavyweights, and then we'll roll right into the crossbreds, or maybe they're going to do the presentation before, but going to go bang, bang, bang here. They're going to do the quick recognition, champion heavyweight gilt selection, and then roll right into your champion crossbred female here at San Antonio.
Now entering our Crossbred Gilt pen is our champion heavyweight division out of class number 15. Class winner is Bryn Ducos of Medina Valley FFA. Representing class 16 is Brody Hurley, Aubrey FFA. Your class champion out of 17 is Hudson Music of the Stephenville FFA. Class 18 is Shelby Brown, Lubbock County 4-H. And representing class number 19 is Braley Kirkpatrick of the Toller FFA chapter.
We're here in this heavyweight drive, and I'll confess, probably more quality comes out of these class winners than what maybe I anticipated as we open the division. And good set. There's 3 or 4 of these gilts for sure that are here now, and there's 1 or 2 stuck in behind them here that he talked in close classes with a lot of quality. Again, I've been redundant for those of you that follow along all afternoon, but in a world where baby pigs are bringing 10, 20, 30,000 a pop, guys, traditionally you've gone into these sales and there's been a lot of quality and value in these gilts that are ready to roll into breeding programs. So I'd encourage you to study your lesson. Eric's been real high on these gilts, and rightfully so. It's a good set, and we'll let him make some comments here in your champion heavy drive.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these 5 individuals out here. The top end of this D3, folks, was elite. There's no doubt about it. And you got 5 of them out here that are changers, man. I tell you what, these things are impressive, and you get to studying each one of them. There's not a hole in any of them. You know, these things are stout. They're good looking. They're sound. They're balanced. You know, and just sitting back there in that last class, I bet we've sorted 75% of the pigs today in the SIF pen just based on feet and legs alone. We sort these things from the ground up, and if you aren't opened up and square and secure in your hock, and if you're not up on your pasterns, and you're not just square and balanced from the ground up, you're not going to catch a pen, plain and simple. These things do that, and they do it to a high level. They are very, very high-quality individuals, and all 5 of these females out here can go into somebody's herd and make a change and make a quick change, because there are boars out here, folks, that you can generate champion show barrows with any 5 of these females. There's one out here that hits me extremely hard. She is big, she is bold, she is stout. It's a young lady in the green shirt. She's going to have your champion.
Your champion heavyweight gilt, your class winner from the final class of the day, Braley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Again, she'll pop out here after this division and be in contention for your champion crossbred overall. Brings in that second gilt. I do believe that was a Brockman bred gilt. And brings in the second place gilt. I think that second place gilt, that was a good class. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps them together. I think she was bred by Schwecke out there, and that's a good pair, but there's another gilt or 2 in here I think he likes real well, and rightfully so. I think, as I alluded to, I think the quality is real, real good in this division.
We dropped that second place gilt in here, and we talked about that pair and how close it was. And, you know, this one just gets really, really stout real fast out here. You love that design. You love the balance. You love the functionality of that one. That's my second favorite out here. The young lady's second place gilt's going to be your reserve.
You bet. Second place in that class. It keeps them together, and I'm not surprised the way you talked them. That's a high-quality pair. Congratulations to Kenley Scott from Midland County.
Your reserve
4-H.
champion is Kenley Scott, Midland County 4-H.
Don't go far, folks. Like I said, going to have a quick presentation, to my understanding, and then right on the heels of that, going to bring you that championship crossbred drive.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, folks around the Crossbred Arena, if you'll focus here in the center, we have a couple things we want to get done before we get started with our grand drive. And at this time, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Mr. Brian Ferris, the livestock director here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Exposition. We have a presentation he'd like to make.
Thanks for just giving me the opportunity to take just a little bit of time before we go into our grand finale here in selecting our grand champion Crossbred Gilt. But many of you will recognize the gentleman to my right. Mr. Dirk Aaron has been one of our superintendents here in the Crossbred Gilts show since it was started, and I think we tried to figure that up like 2014 or so. But he's been a superintendent for us at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo since 1992. And as a superintendent, yes, please give him a round of applause on that. As a superintendent, we ask them to enforce that wonderful rule book that we have in place. And so they have a job to do, and they don't get paid a lot to do that. And the reason they do it is because they love kids and they love our show. And so he was an extension agent for 30 years. So this is something that he has obviously had a passion for. And so over the years has been able to contribute a lot to this particular show. And so we are very grateful to him. And before I give this to him again, I want to for everybody to truly understand and to be to show appreciation to our superintendents as a whole, to make these shows run. Yes, we have wonderful volunteers. That's what our show is based around. But our superintendents also come in here, give of their time and their effort. But again, thank you for just a tremendous amount of dedicated service, Dirk. And before we let you off the hook, though, I want Mr. Leslie Vann, one of our other superintendents, to make a few comments as well.
Brian, thank you for the opportunity. Dirk and I have known each other for longer than most of you in this room have been alive. 30 plus years. We started our careers, county extension agent, ag science teacher. We traveled up and down the road. We raised our kids together. He has a passion for children. He has a passion for life. He loves to win. If he's playing 42, he's going to try to win. Dirk is a example to us all. You know, Alan Jackson sings the song, "The older I get, the more I think." As Dirk and I have gotten older, the more we talk about things that we think about that happened in the past. The last thing I'm going to leave you with is he's great for kids. He's a great husband. He's raised some really good children. But if you want to know about Christ, talk to Dirk Aaron. He'll tell you about it. Dirk, congratulations. Proud to call you a friend.
I want to make one more recognition, and that's his wife over here, Cindy. Because all these years, when you see these guys, chances are they've got a spouse at home that's trying to keep everything going. And just like y'all do whenever you are on the road. And so I don't want to leave Cindy out of this. This is something that's just important for her. Congratulations, Dirk.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Dirk Aaron, for all you've done for the youth of Texas Youth Livestock and the Youth Livestock Program. As we get started with our drive, I do want to take a moment to also recognize a few other folks that make this happen, and we couldn't do this to what we do for the kids of Texas and showing their gilts without a great set of folks here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Exposition. Before we announce our gilts, we do want to introduce some folks standing to my left over here. We have Mr. Ryan Coble, the Livestock Committee Chairman. Adam Harris, Auction Committee Chairman. Sean Hay, Sale Invitational Golf Chairman. Sarah Franklin, Assistant Vice President. Jackie Vanderwall, Lifetime Assistant Vice President. And Pat Frost, President of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Let's give these folks a big round of applause for making this happen and everything they do to support the kiddos in their livestock projects. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. We sorted through about 540 some odd head of crossbred gilts today in an excellent fashion. We've got 6 of them out here that represent the best of the best. Coming out of our lightweight division, we have Wyatt. Coming out of our lightweight division, we have Wyatt Ducos. Wyatt is a member of the Medina Valley FFA chapter and is the son of Weston and Chesney Ducos. His hobbies include showing pigs, sports, hunting, fishing, and when he gets done with high school, he wants to go into the ag business field and help run the family farm. Congratulations, Wyatt, on an incredible day. The reserve champion medium weight division is Quinn Ruman of the Medina County 4-H. Quinn is the daughter of Zach and Lauren Ruman. Quinn likes to show pigs, play softball, hunt, and fish. Her future plans include being a member of the Fighting Texas Aggies. Whoop! Let's give Quinn a big round of applause for her accomplishments today. Representing our reserve heavyweight division is Kenley Scott of the Midland County 4-H. Kenley is the daughter of Taylor Scott. Her hobbies and interests include hunting, fishing, and showing pigs. She wants to also be an Aggie. Whoop! Let's give all of our reserve division champions a big round of applause for an incredibly challenging show today. Now it's time for our division champions. Coming out of the lightweight division, we have Dallas Juan Carlos Martinez of the Shelby County 4-H. Juan Carlos is the son of Berto Martinez and Brandy Smith. His hobbies include showing pigs, football, and baseball. And when asked about his college plans, he said, hey, let's be honest. He doesn't like school. He wants to raise show pigs and help people. That's a great thing to do, Dallas. Congratulations for winning the lightweight division. Coming out of our middleweights is Taylin Tosh of Harper FFA. Taylin is the daughter of Megan and Michael Tosh and likes to play softball and show livestock. Her future plans include attending OSU and pursuing a career in nursing. What a noble cause. Let's give Taylin a big round of applause for her accomplishments today. And representing our heavyweights is Braylee Tater Kirkpatrick of the Toller FFA chapter. Tater is the daughter of Kelly and Ashley Smith and Creighton and Lisa Kirkpatrick. Her hobbies include showing pigs and making TikToks, social media influencer here. Her future plans include becoming a Texas Tech Red Raider. Congratulations to Braylee on your accomplishments today. As he sorts through our division champions to make a decision, it would be remiss not to give some props to our judge today, Mr. Eric Polick. Eric and his wife, Lindsay, have 4 boys, Kay, Dane, Jace, and Jude. He is the owner of Polick Show Pigs, where he operates 120 sows. He's a graduate of Iowa State University. He loves watching his boys play football, and he likes to hunt and fish in his spare time. Folks, if you're around the ring, let's give Mr. Polick a big round of applause and his wife, Lindsay, for sharing with us today. He's done an excellent job working through our kids and moving through over 540 head of Crossbred Gilts.
Why don't you guys just shut these down for just a minute here? I'm going to make this brief and get quite right to the point here. I want to thank Brian and the crew for having me back again. This is my first time doing the Gilt Show here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and it's been truly an honor to sort this show. Thanks to Leslie and Dustin and Justin, Dave, everybody that's helped along the way. Thanks to all you ladies working the ring. You guys did a phenomenal job keeping this many gilts running through the ring in orderly fashion, and we couldn't have done this without you. Guys, let's go ahead and give these people that run this thing a great big round of applause. They did a phenomenal job here. You know, I was lucky. I grew up where I grew up. I went to Iowa State University. I didn't realize at the time how lucky I was. My judging team coaches were Drs. Mark Hogue and Dr. Scott Greiner. These guys were influential in me. And just, I tell you what, I didn't realize how lucky I had it to have guys that are that sharp and that, guys that are just that influential in the livestock breed, and not just through the swine industry, but through all breeds. I took a few trips back to Illinois with Mark Hogue, and I got to sit at his kitchen table with his dad, Dan Hogue, Dr. Dan Hogue, one of the greatest judges ever in the history of the swine industry. And again, I was naive. I didn't realize how good I got it to be able to sit there and listen to him talk. One of the things he told me there, I'll never forget it, he says, when we go to sorting livestock, he goes, we don't sort our top end. He goes, we really sort hard on our bottom end. We go out to our market hog lot, and he goes, that's where you figure out whether you're making progress or not. And, I really, truly take that to heart, because we can sit here and we can go through our herds, these guys that are putting these gilts together and barrows, whatever, and we can go to our market hog lots, and we can go to our show pig pens, and we can sit here and look at the top end, and we can sort those. But where you truly make your progress, folks, is by sorting your bottom end. And I do that quite often. And last year, after judging the San Antonio barrows here, I went home and I culled 40 sows because they weren't good enough. I went through my gilt lots, and I culled hard. I went through my market hog lots, and I said, I got to make them better. And that's what's something that when Dan Hogue told me that is something that has stuck with me for the rest of my life. And you truly want to make genetic progress, make the bottom end better, and your top end will become elite. The top end of this thing, I'm telling you folks, is elite. And we got 3 gilts out here that are absolutely phenomenal. I don't know how many gilts are going to be on the sale tomorrow, but if you need something to better your herd, if you need something to reach out and make genetic progress, it may not be one of these 3 or 6 out here. You may see something on down the line that's 2nd, 3rd, 4th in class that you need. Go ahead, by all means, buy it. You may not agree with the way I line them up, and that's certainly fine. That's the beauty of a gilt sale. They don't go to kill. You can buy them tomorrow. Whatever you need in your herd, if you're in the market for gilts, find it, sit down, and raise your hand, keep your hand held, and let's support these kids from the San Antonio Stock Show, because this is a phenomenal set of gilts. Folks, let's go ahead again and give everybody here a nice big round of applause for showing a phenomenal set. I'm going to go ahead and set the mic down and name your champion.
And your champion Crossbred Gilt of the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show goes to Brayley Kirkpatrick of the Toller FFA.
Well, folks, that champion gilt is absolutely phenomenal. You make one that big, that attractive, that stout featured, that sound, that mobile. That's an anomaly. That's a unicorn. Call them whatever you want. That one's phenomenal. We dropped the second place in Division 3 in here. And again, we talked about that pair. You talk about the elevation, the look, the soundness, the functionability. All three of these gilts are really, really good in their own right. The one I like second best that follows our champion most logically for me is Reserve Division 3. Young lady here is going to have your reserve.
Well, congratulations to those two young ladies. The heavyweight gilts stick together, and got a last-minute text message.
Your reserve champion Crossbred goes to Kenley Scott, Midland County 4-H. For those that are around the ring, we'll make the announcement over the other speaker, but just to remind you, if you are, that sale order be posted later this evening. If you make the sale, there is a mandatory meeting tomorrow morning right here at, by the announcer stand at 8 a.m. For all of our exhibitors that make the sale. Sale order will be posted this evening.
For those of you still following along, your champion gilt was bred by the Brockman crew here in Texas, and Josh texts me, that's an In the Woods. Here I Am, Kingpin back to Next Intention's mother. Your reserve champion was bred by the Schwecke family from Minnesota. That's a Blow and Smoke times All Rise. Those gilts are in the same class, come 1-2 division, 1-2 overall. Guys, again, I've been redundant. For those of you still sticking around, pay attention tomorrow. The front end of this thing's deeper than it's been in the 5 years or so here that I've been paying attention, and there's some real good ones in here. And so pay attention, and if we can help you some way, coordinate some stuff, we'll do all we can on our end. Again, the preview at 9 a.m. on Taylor Fort's live stream. 1 o'clock will be your auction on SaleRing.live. Thanks for following today.